Ladies and gentlemen, this is your last and final call for class number 1. Last call for class number 1, junior full-blood bucks of 0 to 3 months. And good morning and welcome to our coverage here of the ABGA Buck Show. This morning, walking into the ring right now is class number 1 of your junior full-blood bucks. It's a very large class of 42 entries. We are still holding random drug testing for most of these classes. We will announce those at the beginning of this class. Class number 1, the 4th place exhibitor will undergo our random drug testing. 4th place in class number 1. As a reminder to all, we will be breaking for lunch after the Yearling Drive this morning. Yearling Drive, and we will break for that 2-hour lunch period. We do have a number of buckle and ribbon sponsors we would like to thank this morning on behalf of our ABGA show. Those buckle sponsors include Yearling Livestock, Mantedia Farm, Beth and Clayton Newton, 2M Boar Goats, April Stover, Kane Nuring, Rowdy Acres Boar Goats, and Triple W Genetics. We do have a number of banner sponsors, as well as those who have sponsored our bronzes for today's ABGA Buck Show. Those include Trevor and Maddie Clemens, Yearling Livestock, Kellen Knott. Thank you to those sponsors of today's ABGA Buck Show for the buckles, ribbons, banners, and bronzes. Ladies and gentlemen, your judges today for today's ABGA Buck Show. Our first judge is Mr. Sammy Lorena. He and his wife Taylor live in Lipin, Texas, where they own and operate Red Oak Ranch. Sammy has been an ABGA member since 2006, and in the spring of 2014, he became a certified judge for the ABGA. Since becoming a judge, Sammy has judged in over 24 states. Some of his judging highlights include judging the ABGA Nationals in 2016, 2019, 2022, and 2024 will make his 4th year here as a judge. Sammy has judged also at the Yellow Rose of Texas, Yellow Rose Classic at Fort Worth Stock Show, and the North American in Louisville twice, along with Houston Stock Show. With actively raising competitive show goats, Sammy also has a small ruminant reproduction business. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Sammy Lorena. Your second judge this morning is Michaela Burns. Michaela has been a part of the boar goat industry since 1999, formerly a Richardson with Richardson Boar Goats. With her passion for the breed and youth of this industry, Michaela became an ABA judge to mentor and educate people inside and outside of the ring. With her husband, Dustin Burns, their children, Jace, Evelyn, and Laney, they're now building a herd as a family, known as Burns Premier Show Stock. Michaela says, I've set a goal with each show I set to judge, and that is to teach something new to at least one person before I leave that show. It has been an incredible journey in life being a part of the American Boar Goat Association. It is something I'm excited about bringing my growing family into as well, allowing our children to be involved with the junior ABGA and all the opportunities that come with it. Please give a warm welcome to Michaela Burns. Your third judge this morning is Anton Ward. Anton was born and raised in the province of Transvaal, now known as Limpopo, province of South Africa. He has received his bachelor's degree in agricultural animal science from Pretoria Technikon. Anton has been judging livestock since 1988, and his first herd of boars were raised in Africa. Upon his move to the United States, in 1993, he has been involved with the ABGA from the very beginning. Throughout the years, you would find Anton judging many major shows in Canada as well as the United States. Not only has he trained many judges here, he has trained several Canadian judges throughout his early career from 1993 to 2020. Anton has raised boar goats here in the United States. He currently raises beef cattle and has been a part of that industry since 2003. The ABGA is pleased to announce that this will be Anton's 8th time judging here at Nationals. Please also give a warm welcome to Mr. Anton Ward. As we have said before, lunch will be after the Yearling drive. That will be a 2-hour lunch break. You can join us today during the lunch break for the ABGA members meeting. Attendees will get a box lunch here from the ABGA Board of Directors. During the meeting, junior members may go to Newmarket Hall and watch the movie Cars with the Junior ABGA Junior Board. For those of you interested, the silent auction is available and ready to bid. Items can be found outside the National Show office in that hallway. Bidding will be held on herdbuilderpro.com for those silent auction items. Please go over and look at, there's a great selection of silent auction items out in that hallway. Again, bidding will be held on herdbuilderpro.com. We'll now dismiss the rail here in our first class of the day, class number 1 of our junior bucks, 0 to 3s. Class number 2 should be holed up in the holding area. Class 2, please get to the holding area. That is our juniors, 3 to 6 months. If you're not looking at silent auction items this morning, you can walk around our many vendors that we have here throughout the facility. Those vendors include Weaver, the Blue Bottle Lady, Cheshire Moon Farms, Biogenetics LLC, Agribuckle, Evolution Feeds, Triple W Genetics, Stock Vet, Lowe's Purple Vision, Stegall Fabrication and Engineering, the IBGA Indiana Boar Goat Association, Mormon's Showtech, Style and Grace Boutique, Casada Creations, Seidel, Sullivan Supplies, Showcoat Solutions, Herd Builder Pro, Kubota Tractor Sales, Circle of Winter Sales, Kenna's Cones, The Goat Shed, Outback Laboratories, and TD Wool Incorporated Trailer Sales. Those are our many vendors that we have throughout the facilities this week here at the ABGA National Show.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start the morning off by saying a big thank you to each and every one of you for allowing us to be here this week. It's an incredibly humbling and honor to be able to come back and sort through another national show. And I know we're all excited to be here. And if this first class is a taste of what's to come, I think it's going to be an incredible week for what's left here for our national show. Yeah, I think the top pair of bucks are a pair that I think are just that. They're a pair, whether you put them fifth and sixth. Obviously, we put them first and second. That's where we felt they needed to be here today. The one that won the class for us is one that just is the most fault-free. He's got the fewest amount of things that we need to change and improve. He's extremely good in terms of feet and legs. When you study and look at that buck, you get him off the chain and watch him walk on his own natural ability. That one just really comes out and has a comfortable step when he's in motion. The one that comes in second is maybe just a touch shorter in terms of length of body, but when you look at him, maybe not as good in terms of his lower jaw. Doesn't have quite as much depth and integrity there in terms of that depth he's got. But again, one that's extremely good in terms of how much chest floor width he's got. You study that one from hock to hock and knee to knee, and that one is super good in terms of base width there, just like our class winner. The one in third is certainly really intriguing. You look at him, one that I think, if I was to guess, is a bit younger in this young class this morning. But you look at him, there's a lot of promise in that particular buck. You look at him in terms of base width at the ground. He's opened up extremely well. He comes back to a big open rib cage. I suppose if we wanted to critique that one and make him a little bit better, we need to correct him out of his shoulder. He maybe wants to get a nickel more jammed up and maybe not as comfortable right there when he starts to connect to his spine. The one that comes in next is a bit more growthier and a bigger individual. You study him in terms of forearm size. He's bigger in his rib shape. He's got some open body to him when you look at him, but when you study him at the ground, he does get a bit frail or maybe doesn't balance up quite as well in terms of how much foot and bone work he's got when you compare to that bigger rib cage and bigger body that he has. The spotted buck that comes in next is one that is super good looking from the side, gives you a lot of natural muscle shape, but when you get around the front of him is, I suppose, where we get the most disappointed with him. He gets a bit closer at the knee, maybe not as impressive. You study him in terms of raw natural feature in terms of how much muscle and how much foot and bone size that one has. And the one that follows is one that you look at that one, I think he's going to be a really big buck as you study that one. He goes on to be an older junior. He's got a lot of growth in him. When you look at his cannon size, he's opened up. Today, he's just a little bit greener. You look at him in terms of rib shape and capacity, he's not near as big nor as robust as some of the bucks that finished ahead of him, but I really feel that's one that his better days are ahead. The one that comes in next behind him is, again, really open up in that chest floor. Maybe not as correct in terms of his hock set. That's where we wanted to make him a bit better when we got together and discussed him. And the darker-headed buck that follows is pretty comparable to the one that is walking out. Not as stout in terms of foot and bone, a little bit frailer in terms of how much substance he's standing on there. And the red buck is one that's a bit more greener in terms of his maturity and his muscle pattern, but one that nonetheless extremely opened up, gives you a lot of promise. There again, I think his better days are ahead of him. And the one that rounds out our top 10 is one that's a bit more rugged and raw in the way he's put together in terms of stoutness of feature, maybe a bit closer in terms of width he gives you from knee to knee, but certainly gives you a lot of look and a lot of muscle in that rear leg. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Great job to our exhibitors here in class number 1 of your junior full-blood bucks of 0 to 3 months. Your top 10 are as follows. Your 10th place exhibitor was Zachary Phillips, showing SBZ1 Smoke and Delight. Your 9th place exhibitor was Lucy Rolls with ACFF Right Kind of Hitman. 8th place goes to Eliana Sand, showing SCA 16 March Madness. 7th place was Eliana Sand, showing SA 16 Bracket Buster. 6th place goes to Colton Cobb Workman with WKMN Columbian Bam Bam. 5th place goes to Emily Reed, showing EPFEN Slim Thug. Your 4th place exhibitor was Jordan Jelinek, showing JDJ77 Snake Eyes. 3rd place was Nathaniel Arias, showing R4H War Tank. Your top 2 exhibitors was BMAC Farms. In 2nd place was BMAC Professor, and the top exhibit here in class number 1 was BMAC Hurst. Again, that was your results of class number 1. We'll now bring in class number 2 into the ring, your junior full-blood bucks of 3 to 6 months. There should be 21 entries in this class. No random drug testing has been assigned to this class. We'd also like to take this time to thank our ring superintendents for doing a great job this week. Those are as follows: Wade Rogers, Kenzie Cobb, Jesse Kimmel, and Elizabeth Westfall, the barn superintendents, keeping escapees at a minimum here at this week's ABGA National Show. We'll go ahead and dismiss the rail here in class number 2. Class number 3, if you make your way over to the holding area, that'd be great. Class number 3, make your way to the holding area, please. Just a reminder to everybody to join us this evening for the awards ceremony and an ice cream party sponsored by Gibbs Farm. This will take place in Newmarket Hall. We're looking forward to announcing scholarship winners and recognizing the youth who competed in the contest this week and crowning our champions for the regional show series. Again, that awards ceremony and ice cream party is tonight in Newmarket Hall. Ice cream party sponsored by Gibbs Farm. Thank you to Gibbs Farm.
Well, it certainly is a pleasure to be out here with you guys today and sorting through these bucks. Definitely a tough class when it comes to breaking this group down. There's a lot of different styles, types, kinds throughout from first all the way to 10th. I don't think there's one single buck that's alike. Which kind of made it a little more difficult to kind of pair some things up. But I think the one for us that we all agree is the most complete one in the class is this dapple to lead. One that you really love the extension of body, you love the length of spine, you like how he moves. He's probably the squarest on the ground from the ground up. One that's got plenty of chest floor to him, one that you like the extra elevation out of that shoulder. You like how he moves. He's super comfortable when he gets around the ring. One just ties all his parts and pieces together very nicely. When we move to this pair, this second and third here, I think you can definitely say you have to keep these guys together. On the profile, they look very similar in their type and kind. One that I love the length of this red one here, love how he comes out of that shoulder. One that's got plenty of bone, plenty of muscle to him. I think for me, compared to the one there in front, to get him higher in class, we got to give him a little more chest floor, a little more width as he walks away from you, but a really nice one in second. We get to the young lady's black buck here in third, and again, on the side profile, he matches up very nicely with that second place hole. But one for us, I think he might have a touch more length of body, but maybe just a touch narrower at the base as well, and one that gets a little too soft off his back pastures to move higher in the class. We get to the young man's paint buck here, one that definitely handles with a ton of mass up top, definitely has a nice hip shape to him, and again, you love the extension of length of spine, how he comes out of that shoulder, big-footed, but again, we start to get a little more narrower there at that front end. We want to see a little more opened up, a little more spring of rib, a little just more shape to him, a little more three-dimensional to get him higher. We get to the young man's black buck here in fifth, and one, again, you like how he has the muscle and the shape and the overall springer rib to him, but I think for us, he's a little more springer rib in that center base, but has not got the base at the floor there to kind of blend everything. We want to kind of match him up just a little bit better, make him a little bit more complete to get higher. We get down to our sixth place here, and again, I think this is where we start to kind of break into a little bit more, not quite as put together as tightly. We start to get a little more looser in our shoulders. We start to get a little more not quite as square off the rear too as they get away from you, but still a really nice one in sixth. We get to this dapple buck here, and one that you love how wide he is at the front when he comes at you, but for us, he does not quite have the power right in behind that shoulder. We want to see him kind of out. He's a little more outside himself than what we'd like him to be. One that we want to give a little more shape to, a little more coverage, just to be able to pair up higher in the class. We get to this traditional buck, and this guy here, I think, is going to be a monster of a buck as he grows and gets older. I think he's just definitely one that's more in that gangly stage, as you would call it. He's got a lot of growing to do to kind of fill out, piece those puzzles back together, make them a little tighter. We want to see him a little bit more just brought in together. We want to see him just a little bit more comfortable when he moves, a little tighter shouldered, and I think that's just going to come as he matures. We get to this pair here, and I think this pair pairs very nicely. They're very stylish on the profile. They've got really elegant looks to them. We want to give them a little more masculinity, just give them a little more robustness, open them up in the front end, give them a little more springer rib, a little more shape to be able to get them higher in the class today. But definitely a really good class of 3 to 6s. Congratulations to you all.
Your results of class number 2, Fullbloods 3 to 6 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Austin Pope, showing Bernie Inferno. 9th place was Tabitha Jacobs, showing Wholesome Hill Fade to White. Your 8th place exhibitor was Blakely Harder, showing JBH4 Firefly Hill Snowy Moon. 7th place goes to Cora Bumgarner, showing BUM3 Bumgarner's House Arrest. Your 6th place exhibitor was Colleen Putsula, showing Cabin Creek Dwar's White Label. 5th place was also Colleen Patsula, showing Cabin Creek Black Magic Whiskey. Your 4th place exhibitor goes to Ed, Tanya, and Josh Main, showing Main Opening Statement. 3rd place goes to Cooper Bounds, showing BOU1 PPG Vintage. 2nd place also goes to Cooper Bounds, showing BOU1 PPG Valor. And your top exhibitor of Class 2 of Junior Full-Blood Bucks, 3 to 6 months was Harper Hess with PLSD1 Deliverance. Again, that's your results of Class number 2. Now entering the ring is Class number 3, your second of the 3 to 6 month Full-Bloods. A random selector has chosen third place in this class to undergo testing. Third place for class number 3. Again, don't forget about that silent auction. The silent auction items out in the hallway. You can go to herdbuilderpro.com to bid on those silent auction items. Our lunch break today is, again, after the Yearling Drive. That is a 2-hour lunch break after the Yearling Drive. Kids can go to Newmarket Hall and watch the movie Cars. Speaking of Newmarket Hall, we will be there tonight at 6 p.m. for the awards ceremony, announcing scholarship winners, youth awards, and regional winners. There's also a photo contest tonight, sponsored by Target. We will now go ahead and dismiss the rail here in class number 3. Class 4, junior bucks 6 to 9. Please be lined up in that holding area if you're not in there already. Class number 4 should be lined up in the holding area.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for inviting us to evaluate your goats. We really do appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start off this morning with this buck standing in front. A lot of bone to him, just a nice buck. I really do like the side profile on this goat. If you look at him from the front, ladies and gentlemen, he's nice and wide, very correct on legs, front and back. If we have to fault him for anything, we'd like to see him just a little bit deeper in the twist. Good hip on that goat, just a nice chest on him, just good length of body, just good depth to him, just a nice buck with very well balanced. Goat standing second, ladies and gentlemen, this buck here, probably not the bones of the goat standing in front of him, but good side profile to this buck, good hip to that buck too. Correct on the front legs and the back legs. I like how full he is in his twist, nice and deep in the twist. Just a lot of balance to him too. You can see he's nice and full behind the shoulder blades there. It's just a good side profile to this buck. Then we have this buck standing in the third spot. Like to see him just a little bit stronger in the hind legs. Like to see a little more bottom jaw to that goat too, ladies and gentlemen. But good length of body, nice barrel to him. Like I said, if he walks away from you or come towards you, like to see him just a little more correct on the front legs, a little more wider between his hind legs. The fourth place buck, a lot of muscle in the hind quarters there, good length of body. Like to see more breed character in that head, ladies and gentlemen, but very nice hip on him. You can see good length of body on that goat too, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at him, a lot of muscle definition on that buck. Goat standing with this traditional standing behind him, ladies and gentlemen. Also a good side profile to that buck. You can see a lot of bone to that animal. Good depth to him. Good hip on that goat too, ladies and gentlemen. I really do like the head on that goat. You can see he's very thick in his muzzle. Nice and wide in his nostrils. Just a good side profile to that buck. Just a little overpowered with the goat standing in front of him. Then the goat standing behind him, ladies and gentlemen. Also a nice traditional buck. Good chest on him. Like to see him just a little deeper in that in the chest, but I really do like that head on that goat. You can see also nice and deep in that bottom jaw. His horns curls backwards. He's a nice little buck, ladies and gentlemen. Probably one of the smaller ones in the class, but very well put together. If you see when he walks away from you too, good twist on that goat. Just a lot of muscle to him otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, the goat standing behind him, a little shorter in the hip compared to the goat standing in front of him. Good length of body, nice wide barrel on him. A little straight in the front legs there for me, for us. And then in the back, ladies and gentlemen, like to see him when he walks, just a little wider between his hocks. A little more correct on his legs. Then we have this goat standing behind him, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of, I like that skin folds. I really do like the masculinity on that buck. But ladies and gentlemen, if once we turned him loose and we looked at him there in the back, he was a totally different animal. Little short compared to the goat standing in front. Good hip on him otherwise. I really do like the muscle on that goat, ladies and gentlemen. Good depth to him otherwise, but a little short in body. I like to see a little more balance to that goat. The same with this goat standing behind him. Really do like the skin folds on him. You can see it's a buck. You don't have to worry about that. I really do like the side profile on him too. Like to see him a little wider. Walking away from you, his hocks are a little turned inwards. Like to see him just a little bit stronger. And the same with this buck in the back. Like to see him just a little bit stronger on the pastures. You can see as he stands there, a little soft on the pastures. Like to see him up on that. Otherwise, a very good class. Congratulations to everybody.
And congratulations to our exhibitors here in class number 3 of your 3 to 6 months classes. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Walker Short, showing ROE3 Traeger. Your 9th place buck was shown by Noah Teal with TKGB Shockwave. 8th place goes to Lindsey Van Wyck with DTFVW Trouble is Coming. Your 7th place exhibitor was Lizzie Hefner with Coming in Hot. 6th place goes to Modessa Hofferdy with Prairie Chicks Northern Attitude. 5th place goes to Piper Fisher with TKGB King of Hearts. 4th place was Jason Fugati showing for JJ2 Tone. 3rd place was April Stover with AWS1 Soul Train Rolo. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Matthew Schoenbauer with Triple M Ranch Outs Cruise. Turn around. My mistake. You were 10th place exhibitor was Lindsay Van Wyck with DTFVW Trouble is Coming. Your second place exhibitor was Walker Short with ROE3 Traeger. And your top exhibitor in that class was Cassidy Pagel with Regal Do Not Disturb. We're now working on class number 4 of your junior full-blood bucks of 6 to 9 months. There are 30 entries in the ring right now in this class number 4. We'll now go ahead and dismiss the rail here in class number 4. Still working on junior full-blood bucks of 6 to 9 months. Class 5, make your way over to the holding area if you can. Class number 5, junior full-bloods 9 to 12. Once again, if you haven't walked by them out in the hallway, those are those silent auction items that are up for sale. Again, those are on herdbuilderpro.com if you want to bid on any of the silent auction items out in the hallway. And also our lunch break will be 2 hours today. That'll take place after the Yearling Drive. After the Yearling Drive, a 2-hour lunch break. Kids, make your way over to the Market Hall, New Market Hall, and watch the movie Cars during that lunch break.
Well, all in all, I think a really interesting class. There's certainly a lot of give and take when you study this this class of 10 we've got here. But one that we all collectively landed on was the gentleman there in the colored up shirt to win the class. One that, in terms of stoutness of feature, we felt was the biggest and boldest in every way you chose to look at him. You look at him in terms of circumference of foot size and bone, and study him all the way up into his upper portion of his skeleton. He's one that maintains a lot of width and a lot of power. If there's one thing we wanted to critique and make him better, we'd certainly like to pull him apart from flank to flank and give him just a shot more length of spine, but one that still nonetheless was a really good buck there to land in your top spot. The one there in second was one that certainly intrigued us a lot. Extremely good and genuine in terms of condition. You study that one, what you see is what you get, and we certainly admire that about him in terms of head shape. One of the stronger headed bucks in the class as far as depth of jaw and curvature, his head and horn shape. One that you get behind him and he's really good and deep twisted. Where we'd like to critique that one and make him a little bit better is we'd like to strengthen him ever so slightly behind his shoulder blades. But for us, that's about the one thing where we can kind of nitpick that particular buck there. But again, I think one that's a part of a really good top two. The one in third is certainly, again, gives you a really cool look from the side, especially when you study him as far as head shape. He's one of the deeper jawed bucks. For us, there's two things we'd like to make him better. We want to deepen him up from a profile view. He gets a bit more parallel in his lines, upper and lower. And when you set that one in motion, especially in his stifle and his hip, he gets a bit more rigid and doesn't want to reach out with as much of a comfortable stride and flex as some of the bucks that stand ahead of him. The one that follows him there in fourth, the young lady's buck, certainly big middled and big centered, but at the end of the day, you start to compare him to the ones that finished above. He maybe doesn't balance out as well. He's a bit more plainer in terms of his head shape, in terms of breed character. He too maybe wants to deviate ever so slightly in terms of shoulder blade when you get behind him, but one that certainly the biggest point about him is he gives you a lot of center body and a lot of big middleness to him when you start to look at him. The one that comes in next, the lighter headed buck, one that gets a bit more piecier, if you will, and plainer. We like him a lot from center spine forward. He's good in terms of head shape, good deep jaw, but where we start to draw issue with him is from his rear flank back. He gets a little bit higher hipped, a little bit plainer, not as much muscle expression or power as some of the bucks that finished ahead of him in that rear leg. And the one that follows him, a little bit similar in terms of some things we want to change and critique, but one, again, gives you a little bit, maybe a bit more shot of power and depth in that rear flank, but he wants to get just a little bit too close from knee to knee for us. And the one that comes in next, a little bit smaller, more moderate in terms of size. He gets a bit plainer, maybe a bit more wonkier in terms of horn shape. He wants to go east and west, a little hard for us when you study his horns, but he gives you a good look in terms of genuineness and raw power. That one's got a lot of center body and a lot of natural muscle that we certainly commend him for. We just need fix a few cosmetic things on him in terms of head shape and horn curvature. The red buck that comes in next, extremely good and rugged in terms of his front end. A lot of breed character and integrity about that head, but you get behind him, he gets a notch closer in terms of the way he handles his hocks and maybe a little bit more piecier. But again, I think a buck from his middle portion forward, there's certainly a lot of good that guy can offer somebody in a breeding program. We get to the black and white spotted buck, one that's really cool and trendy and good looking from his hock forward. Where we start to draw issue with him is you get that guy in motion, he doesn't want to take as comfortable of a step, and he maybe wants to give us just a nickel more angulation, what we find to be comfortable on his back legs. And the young lady that rounds out our top 10 has got one that's extremely good and wide in her chest floor, long-bodied and smooth. Where we draw issue with him is when we cut him loose, he kind of wants to walk a little funny in his back end and maybe doesn't want to have as much integrity at the ground in terms of those back two legs when he set that guy in motion. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Great job to our exhibitors here in class number 4 of our junior full-blood bucks of 6 to 9 months. Your top 10 is shown by Helena Almley, showing Melhoff Boers the Critic. Your 9th place exhibitor was Kendra Helgeson, showing BFRB Max Porterhouse. 8th place goes to Taylor Davis, showing OIHE Monster Mash. 7th place exhibitor was Henry Underwood, showing UR Solomon. 6th place goes to Natalie Scholl with Melhoff Boers Headline. Your 5th place exhibitor was Helena Almley with Melhoff Boers Maddie TRV Momentous. Your 4th place exhibitor was Macy Elliott with EFSG Turbo. 3rd place was Claire Murray with KVNA Homewreckers Heartbreaker. Your second place exhibitor was Wyatt Stevens with Even Little BA. And your top exhibitor in class number 4 was Noah Teal with Maddie TRV Dirty Flirt. Now in the ring is class number 5, your junior Fullblood bucks of 9 to 12 months. Class number 5 entering the ring right now should be 15 entries in class number 5. And for those exhibitors and those additional classes that were made, those buckles that you did not receive in those classes will be mailed to you. Additional buckles will be received through the mail. Thank you. As per the rules in the ABGA booklet, healers are not allowed to touch legs on goats. That is just a JBGA rule. We will correct that. is serving as another reminder that lunch break will take place after our yearling drive. Lunch break will be a 2-hour lunch break today. Remind your kids that they can go over to Newmarket Hall and watch the movie Cars. Still, if you have not walked by the silent auction items out in the hallway, take a look at those items and bid on them online on herdbuilderpro.com for all those silent auction items.
Well, if this class certainly isn't a different one, I don't know what is. I think the types and kinds from front to back here, I mean, they're just all very, very different, but a lot of deep quality from front to back as well. We all have come to an agreement, this top pair especially, but this class winner here, definitely the outlier in the class today, the one that's a little more unique in his style and his kind, one that's just a little bit different. But definitely one that is the most rugged, the most robust, the most powerful natural mass. I mean, this guy doesn't have hardly any hair on him, and literally what you see is what you get today, and we very much appreciate that about this guy. You get around from the front of him, and he is just the biggest fronted. He's got the biggest forearm to him, one that's level, strong-topped, huge and massive hipped, big in that center rib. I think if you really want to get critical on him, you could give him a touch more length of neck, give him a touch more length of up off the ground, maybe give him a little bit more strength in those rear two, but that's getting pretty critical on a really powerful, manly buck. When we get to the young lady's doe or buck that follows next, this one I think follows in type and kind as far as power and mass and ruggedness. This guy definitely is one that you love from that profile. He's a little more stylish, a little more eye appealing, not quite as masculine, but one that still packs a punch with the muscle. You get behind him, he's got a big old stifle to him. The circumference there is natural, it's real. One that you love the length of spine, you love how he elevates out of that shoulder, and one that's just really pretty to look at. I mean, he's just really elegant. But definitely, I think if you want to get critical on this one as well, we want to widen him up at the hocks as he tracks away from you, give him a little more depth to that bottom jaw, and I think you can move him up very easy. We get to the young lady's buck here in third, and this one, again, type and kind as far as mass goes. He follows up with that first and second place. You love the hip to him. You love the shape that he has. I think for us, that puts him here in that third hole as he gets a little weaker behind the shoulder, wants to get a little higher in that hip compared to the two ahead, not quite as level topped, but again, one that's powerful. He's big through that center rib and tracks really good off those feet and legs. A very nice one in third. We get to the buck here in fourth, and this one here gets a little bit more moderate in his size, not quite as big and tall and robust as the ones ahead of him, but one that's super cool to look at. We actually sat out here and studied him a lot, and he's just really interesting. One that's really good off his feet and legs, but he's a little lighter boned, a little lighter in muscle, not quite as deep in the body as the ones that follow ahead of him, but just really one that just doesn't have a whole lot of faults. He's just in his own little category, and that's okay. A really nice one in fourth. We get to the young man's paint buck here, and this one here is a little more framey in his size. He's a little more growthy, a lot of frame and scale to him, but one that just doesn't quite have the power and masculinity that we want to see to move him higher up in the class. He doesn't quite track out as wide and square as the ones ahead. I think if we give this guy a little bit more shape, a little more three-dimensional look from all corners, I think he could move up very well, and I think that's going to come as he matures. We get to this spot back buck here, and again, I think we got some power, we got the elevation out of that shoulder, but one that wants to get a little too close in the hocks as he gets away from you. You love the width in this pin set, but you want to carry that width naturally from the top all the way to the ground there, and I think if we could fix that, we could move him higher. Same thing with the young lady's buck here. Again, we get one that's a little more raw, a little more rugged in terms of just overall mass and how he's put together. But again, with these one that we want to widen out at the hocks, give him a little more natural shape and three-dimensional look to kind of balance out the rest of them. We get to the paint cape here, and this is one that gets a little more moderate again in size. Doesn't quite have the top shape that we would like to see, doesn't quite have the fullness in that rib, just a little bit more smaller in scale and size, but one that I think is going to mature very nicely as he gets older, one that doesn't have a whole lot of fault structurally. We just want to see a little bit more of him. We want to see a little bit more round rib shape to him, a little more top. We get to this dapple-headed buck, and this is one that you really love the length of spine this guy has. He might be one of the longer ones here in the class today, but one that wants to kind of toe out at the front for us. Not quite as wide and square of those rear two. I think if we could fix the feet and legs on this guy, I think he could move up pretty nice. Just another really nice one there. We get to this dapple buck, and this one's again a very growthy one. You can already tell by the way he moves. He's just a little more green in his design and in his style. He's not quite as tightly put together, and I think that's because he's growing. That's just part of it. But I think this guy's got a lot of foot, a lot of bone, a lot of mass to him. We just want to fill him out, tighten everything up, balance him out. We get to this black dapple here, and this one, again, I think we get a little more green in design. We get to a little more gangly and look, one that needs to fill out, give a little more center rib, a little more definition, just a little more shape to him. I think if we could add to him, I think it would definitely help move him up higher in the class. And we get to the young lady's red buck, and again, same thing. We get very green in design, one that's really framey and growthy, one that's going to hit his prime at a little later in age, one that we like to see a little bit higher in that point of the shoulder, one that we'd like to give just a little more natural bone to move him higher. Congratulations to everyone.
Congratulations to our winners here in class number 5, Junior Full-Blood Bucks of 9 to 12 months. Your 10th place exhibitor was Cassie Johnson, showing BLAC Swisher Sweet. 9th place will go to Cassie Marie O'Connell with 1 KKF Metallic Cat. 8th place was Will Pointer with John's Blueprint. 7th place goes to Cassidy Pagel with Regal The Main Thing. 6th place goes to Colton Westfall with PCSG Unanimous Rain. Your 5th place exhibitor was Virginia Vickers with Track Gun 1 Southbound. 4th place goes to Cole Hendrickson with DLAC Ash Suited Up. Your 3rd place exhibitor was Cameron Wright with CPW Jimmy's Chasing Trouble. 2nd place goes to Trevor and Lana Fox with Fox Den Farm Gamblin' Valdi. And your top exhibitor in class number 5 of Full-Blood Bucks 9 to 12 months was Modessa Hofferdy with MKHD, A Cowboy's Always Humble. We'll get our class winners lined up, and we'll now have our champion junior division drive. Junior pairs can get lined up in that holding area as well. Junior pairs get lined up in that holding area. Thank you. Again, that lunch break will happen after the Yearling division. Lunch will be after the Yearling division drive. There'll be a 2-hour lunch break today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all these exhibitors. Very well done. Very nice goats here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at these two goats standing here in front of us, first class. Two very nice does. A lot of balance to both of them. You can see this buck standing closest to us, not a lot of holes in him, very correct. Like the bone on that animal. Nice long body. The goat standing second to him, ladies and gentlemen. Also very nice, probably not as long as the body, but a very nice chest on that buck. Very correct on the legs, front and back. Then we have the class next up. This dapple standing on this side, this buck. Good length of body, nice depth to him, ladies and gentlemen. Good chest, nice and wide chest. Buck standing second, probably a little bit deeper than what he is. Good hip on him, not as strong on the legs compared to this buck. And then we have the next class up. Both of these goats, ladies and gentlemen, very nice. Come out of a strong class. I really do like the bone on this first place goat. You can see good length of body, good hip on that goat, ladies and gentlemen. Just a goat that shows well. I like that skin folds that's already starting around his neck. And then the goat standing second to him, ladies and gentlemen. Probably not as thick bone as what this buck is, but good length of body, good depth to him. Our next class, a lot of power here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this buck. Probably, if we can change anything, stretch him out a little bit. But a lot of chest to that goat. Good bone to him, ladies and gentlemen. Good hip, just a nice head to him. The goat standing second is a goat that's a little bit leaner compared to this buck, but he's nice. Good length of body. If he walks away, a lot of muscle definition. And then we have this class standing in the back. This buck here, I really do like the chest on this goat. Beautiful head on him, ladies and gentlemen. Just a good side profile with a nice hip. And then the buck standing second to him. Not as strong in the head compared to this buck, but good length of body, good hindquarters, you can see, nice and deep in the twist. Ladies and gentlemen, our champion is going to go to this buck standing in the back. Our reserve champion is going to go to this little buck standing here in front, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors here in the Junior Full-Blood Division Drive. Your reserve champion belongs to BMAC Farms. That is BMAC Hurst as your reserve champion. And your champion, Junior Division Drive buck, belongs to Modessa Hofferdye. That is MKHD, a Cowboys Always Humble. We will get our junior pairs lined up and bring those into the ring momentarily. Junior pairs, please get lined up in that holding area. And we'll resume after that with class number 6 of our yearling bucks. Once again, after the yearling drive, we will go into the 2-hour lunch break after that yearling drive. Walking into the ring now is your junior full-blood buck pairs. Should have a pretty good showing of junior full-blood buck pairs in this class. Class number 6 of the yearling full-blood bucks, if you can get lined up in that holding area once the junior pairs go in. Class 6 yearling full-blood bucks of 12 to 16 months. Class number 6, please be lined up in the holding area. Class number 6, after we take our pictures, we will get class number 6 into the ring, followed closely by class 7. Rolling in here to the yearling division. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, junior full-blood buck pairs, belongs to BMAC Farms. Our reserve champion belongs to Eliana and Ava Sand. Thank you to those exhibitors here in the full-blood buck junior pairs classes. I'd like to take this time to thank again many of our ribbon, buckle, and banner sponsors throughout today's Full Blood Buck show. Those are as follows: Yoakum Livestock, Stephanie and John Gorman of Mantadilla Farm, Beth and Clayton Newton, Abril Stover, Tuambora Goats, Kim Morgan, Kane Nuring, Trevor and Maddie Clemens, Kellen Knott, and Timothy Humble of Pine Bank Boar Goats. Also Redden Brothers Livestock. Some of our many, many sponsors, also Grace Ellis and Jesse Ellis. Some of our many, many sponsors that we have of today's Full Blood Buck show sponsoring our ribbons, buckles, as well as our banners. Thank you again to them sponsors. We should have class number 6 rolling into the ring as soon as they bust open the gate. In comes class number 6, ladies and gentlemen, of our yearling full-blood buck classes of 12 to 16 months. Our random drug testing selector has placed 7th place under random drug testing in this class number 6. 7th place will undergo testing. Should be 26 entries here in class number 6. If you're walking through the hallways, don't forget about the silent auction items. You can bid on those on herdbuilderpro.com for the silent auction items. Those are out here in this hallway in front of the office. And kids, you can watch the movie Cars in Newmarket Hall during the lunch break today. That lunch break will be 2 hours. Also, during that lunch break, there will be a members meeting. Also, one more announcement for that members meeting. On the far wall, there is tables set up and there are box lunches set up there. You can grab those box lunches. We ask that you congregate over to the bleachers, and there will be a presentation and a screen and everything set up here in the ring for that members meeting over lunch. So again, those box lunches are lined up over on the wall behind the bleachers. There's tables set up, and you'll grab those box lunches and congregate yourselves over towards the bleachers kindly. Thank you. for some people that might be jumping the gun a little bit, those box lunches will be available during the lunch hour. Again, that lunch hour will happen after the Yearling Fullblood Buck Drive. Yearling Fullblood Buck Drive, and then that 2-hour lunch hour. Those box lunches are set up, but they will be only available during that lunch hour, which is technically 2 hours. We will kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 6. First of your yearling full-blood classes. Class number 7, start getting lined up in the holding area. Class 7, 16 to 20 months lined up in the holding area.
Well, a really good competitive class of yearling bucks. The traditionally colored buck is one that the three of us collectively landed on as the class winner, one that blends the most amount of good together. You look at him at to start the bridge of his nose, and he's extremely good, really deep in that lower jaw. You follow that one down across his top. He's level, he's smooth, he's out on the corners. I think just a really good representation of a boar buck as far as the physical attributes you try to put into one, and that one does it, I think, in a really good way, and one that you certainly appreciate the genuine factor of that particular individual. The one in second is one that's, I think, really cool from the side, extremely good, and you love the curvature about the bridge of his nose and the curvature about his horn shape, one that has just a symbolic head shape as far as what the boar breed's supposed to have. You look at that one, he's big-topped, he's wide, I think a really good individual again. The one in third, the darker red one, is extremely cool looking from the side, gives you a great look. You look at his forearm in terms of circumference and size. The couple of things where we want to nitpick that one is he gets a little bit closer in his horns, maybe a little bit tighter on the back side of his neck, and when you study that one in his back legs, he does get just a nickel straighter. For us, we'd sure like to give him a little bit more angulation than what he comes here today with. The one that comes in fourth, the traditionally colored buck, one that's chocked full of muscle. You certainly appreciate that about him. One that maybe isn't as level across his top and smooth from a profile view, but one that certainly still gives you a lot of look and a lot of center body when you get to look at that one. The one that comes in next, extremely stout featured, one that's impeccable in terms of his front 1/3 as far as width of chest and foot and bone, breed character, where he disappoints us a little bit as he set that one in motion, and you look at how wide that one is in his front end, he doesn't carry the same amount of natural width in his rear legs, particularly from hock to hock. He wants to narrow up at the ground a little bit more than what we're comfortable with here today. The speckle-headed buck that comes in that follows him is one that's a bit more leaner in terms of condition. That's certainly okay. He gives a really good look in terms of breed character and foot and bone. He just shallows up just a hair more in terms of rear flank as compared to the bucks that stand ahead of him. And the young lady that comes in with one that's incredibly stout featured, you look at that one as far as head shape and foot and bone, one that maybe if we can lengthen out from flank to flank, he gets just a hair shorter coupled. You start to analyze him, but one I think if you're looking to add a lot of stoutness of feature to a female base, he might be able to help you out with that. The black painted buck that comes in, again, one that's certainly dressed up well, and he looks extremely good, especially that front 1/3, how wide and opened up that one is. You really appreciate the head shape and breed character that he gives you. For us, you set that guy in motion, and he's just not good enough for us in terms of back legs. We'd like to open him up, give him just a shot more curvature, but one that you look at him from his rear flank forward, that's a buck right there that can certainly do a lot of good things for a lot of people. We get back to the cape-shouldered buck. One, again, extremely big in terms of foot and bone and size. He just maybe doesn't balance up the best for us. He gets a bit shorter from flank to flank. Maybe he wants to get a little bit steeper from hooks to pins. But, again, if you need to stouten one up at the ground, I think that's the guy that can most certainly help you out and get that done for you. The gentleman that rounds out our class here with the 10th place buck is incredibly long-bodied, and you appreciate how lean that one is in terms of his condition. He gets us real close for us on his back two legs. We need to be able to open him up a little bit more at the ground and give him a shot more base width. Let's give all these guys a big round of applause, please.
Great job here in class number 6 of your yearling full-blood bucks of 12 to 16 months. Your class runs as follows. In your 10th place is Deborah and Ron Hunt, showing Wild Wind Magic Mike. Your 9th place exhibitor was Lorelei Rouse, showing RDO4 Bo Martin. Your 8th place exhibitor was Kellen Knott with MMKBG PFO8 Shook Me All Night Long. Your 7th place exhibitor was Lorelei Rao with RDO4 Haas. 6th place goes to Marie Anderson with BDLF Lights Out. 5th place goes to Casey Marie O'Connell with 2M Boer Goats 2M Sticks. 4th place exhibitor is Cameron White with RW1 DWI. 3rd place was Emily Reed with EPFEN Spider-Man. 2nd place exhibitor is Jesse Stover with AWS1 Hollywood Nights, and your top exhibitor in class number 6 was Ellie Doyle with DFFB Bowtie and Bubbly. That rounds out class number 6. Class number 7 rolling into the ring right now of your yearling full-blood bucks. This is the 16th to 20-month class. 5th place exhibitor will undergo random testing. 5th place here in class number 7 should be 13 entries in the ring. Once again, after our yearling division full-blood buck drive, after yearling division, we will go into the noon lunch hour. That is 2 hours long. where the members' meeting will be taking place here in the ring. And the members during the lunch hour can start going and getting their box lunches only during that lunch hour. Again, that presentation screen set up, bleacher seating with your box lunches over that 2-hour noon lunch hour. Junior members can go over to New Market Hall, watch the movie Cars. One thing, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and single her out while we can and embarrass her. Maddie Reese has a birthday today. Everybody make sure you say happy birthday. She's right here. Everybody say happy birthday to Maddie Reese.
Well, certainly a very deep set of yearlings out here in this class. We've all sat and had some discussion on this top three especially, and I think there's a lot of give and take. But after discussing and weighing out the pros and the cons between this trio here, we've collectively landed on this super nice traditional to lead the class. This one here is the most complete from the ground up. You really love studying him on the move. He's the most structurally sound and correct, square from the hips to the ground, from the shoulder to the ground, just all angles on this guy. He is just incredibly well built, incredibly well designed. I think if we really want to get picky and critique him anywhere, we want to stouten up his features just a bit, give him a little bit bigger foot, a little more natural bone, and that would just send him over the edge in how he's put together, but a really nice one to lead the class. When we lead into this second hole here with this paint buck, one that certainly gets a little wider at the point of the shoulder when you're looking at him from the front, but we want to be able to match that through the knee and down to the foot, all the way to the base there, and just kind of make that a little bit more continuous. And I think when you get him on the profile, you know, you really appreciate the length of this guy and the mass that he has, and you study him from behind. He's massive hipped, one that's got a long, deep twist to him. But I think if we change the way his front end structure is with the knee to that shoulder there and kind of change the direction of how he comes up out of that shoulder, I think he definitely would move up further in the class. But another really nice one there in second. We get to the young man's buck here in third, and I think this one fits in with that trio very nicely. Just doesn't quite have the power that the two ahead of him did. You want to stouten him up in that hip a little bit more. You want to give him a little bit more base width there, and just kind of fix how he blends into that pin set and that hip there just a little bit more, make him a little bit more complete to be able to put him higher in the class today. But another really nice, well-rounded, rugged buck to stand there in that third hole. We get to the young man's black buck here, and I think this guy has got length for days. Definitely one that we all talked about how long and level he was, but one that we want to see a little bit more up off the ground. We want to see him just a little bit more proportionate with height to go along with his length in order to put him higher up in the class. But you still got to appreciate how up-fronted he is, how level-spined he is, and how well he moves. We just want to give a little bit more of him to be able to make him a little more complete and balanced. When we get to the young man's buck here in fifth, this one here is one that's massive. He's massive fronted. He's massive topped. Definitely super elegant on the profile. You love the head and the horn set and how he comes out of that front 1/3. When you get in behind him, that's where we found our issue to put him further down in the class is how he tracks away from you. to be so big and wide across that hip and that pin set there, we want to match that as he tracks away. And for us, he got a little too close in those hocks to put him any higher in the class today. When we get to the young ladies' buck coming next, this one definitely is built extremely well. A lot more moderate in frame size, not quite as up off the ground, not quite as long and big and robust through that center. Definitely just a smaller version, a little more compact version of the ones that took the lead in the class today, but definitely one that I think as he continues to mature, he could move up higher. He just got outpowered and outsized today in the class, unfortunately, but a really nice one there. We get to the young man's paint dapple here, one that just gives up a little bit more mass, a little bit more ruggedness. We want to see a little more fullness, add a little more three-dimensional shape to that center rib, give him a little fuller look there in that forearm to be able to move him higher in the class. And we get to the buck that rounds out our class today, one that you really appreciate coming at you. He's got a beautiful front end, head, and horn shape there. I think when you get behind him, behind that shoulder, you want to bring him up just a little bit more. And we kind of want to fix the mechanics there off those back wheels as he's walking away from him. He wants to keep those hocks and feet set a little too far underneath of him naturally, not quite in line with his pin structure. Really nice class.
That is your results of class number 7, yearling full-blood bucks of 16 to 20 months. Your results are as follows. In 8th place was Elizabeth Reed, showing SH 903 Legendary Powertrain. 7th place goes to Kaylin Wheeler with BOBG Newsboy. Your 6th place exhibitor was Olivia Rosemeyer with 5RF Cool Ghoul. 5th place goes to Amber Schroeder with 1 DRLA Rum Runner. 4th place was Paul and Kim Morgan with 2 Ambora Goats Blackhawk. 3rd place was Cassidy Pagel with 2 Ambora Goats Rebellious Rat. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Taylor Davis with RMA 2 No Limits. And your top exhibitor in class number 7 was Aaron Miller with ZTJ BDLF Whiskey Women in Tears. And that is the results of class number 7, 16 to 20 month bucks. We now have class number 8 coming in the ring, 20 to 24 months. After class number 8, we will have our yearling division drive, and then we will go into our 2-hour lunch break. As reminders, you go around on all of our vendors here throughout the week. One in particular, Casada Creations, will be closing their booth on Thursday, June 13th at noon. Casada Creations, in case you walk by, they will be closing that booth Thursday, June 13th at noon. Again, when we go into our lunch hour, once that lunch hour starts, those box lunches behind the bleachers on the tables will be ready for pickup. You can grab those, go back to the bleachers, grab yourself a seat, and they will have those presentations and keynote speakers set up in the ring. So grab your box lunch, grab a seat in the bleachers, and that members meeting will start over the noon lunch 2-hour break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got 2 entries in this class. Look at this goat standing in front of us in the front. That'll be our first place. Goat standing second will be our second place. If you look at the side profile in this buck, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful head on him. I really do like that deep bottom jaw. Just eyes sitting nice and deep in his head, ladies and gentlemen. Just a good side profile, good length of body on that goat. If we can like to change anything on this goat, I would like to see just a little more width to him, front and back. But like I said, very long-bodied buck, nice wide over the barrel. The buck standing second, ladies and gentlemen, a little shorter on the leg compared to the goat standing in front of him. Like to see a little more breed character, a little more deeper bottom jaw on that goat. Beautiful chest on him otherwise, ladies and gentlemen. Like to see him a little strong on his hind legs when he walked away from you. Otherwise, a good class. Well done.
And congratulations to our exhibitors here in class number 8. For yearling full-blood bucks of 20 to 24 months, your results are as follows. In second place was Lake and Piper, showing GISTT, painted by decision. Your top exhibitor here in class number 8 was Reed Burris, showing Dash O Pumpkin. We will get our yearling class winners lined up, and we will start our yearling division drive. Now coming into the ring are your class winners of your yearling classes.
I'm not going to probably talk each one because it's tough for time. Just do a quick summary and then announce the champion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for those of y'all that are ringside, put your hands together for a tremendous yearling division. For us, there's a pair that kind of elevate themselves to the top of the category, and of the pair, there's one that we feel does it in just a little bit more stouter featured type of a way. You study that one in terms of foot and bone size and skull plate and how much substance that guy has in his lower portion of his skeleton. There's one that, as we stated, pretty easily works his way to the top. For reserve, one that phenotypically we think complements him and pairs up the best. Maybe not as stout at the ground, but in terms of body type and kind and look, there's a pair that we feel really go together extremely good. I'm going to go shake the hands of your champion and reserve.
Congrats to all of our class winners here in the Yearling Division Full-Blood Buck Drive. Your champion is shown by Ellie Doyle. That is DFFB Bowtie and Bubbly. And your reserve champion belongs to Aaron Miller. That is ZTJ BDLF Whiskey, Women, and Tears. And that is the results of your Yearling Division categories. We'll now roll into our lunch hour. Again, our lunch hour today is going to be 2 hours with the members meeting starting here in the arena. There will be a presentation here in the ring. The members meet. Exhibitors now walking in with class number 9 of your senior full-blood bucks of 24 to 36 months. Again, 17 entries in this class. Our random drug selecting has selected 3rd and 6th place to undergo testing. After class number 9, your first class of your senior full-blood bucks, 24 to 36 months. Class number 10, you may line up in that holding area, please. Thank you. I'd like to recognize, again, many of our ribbon, buckle, and banner sponsors here for the Buck Show today. Those include Yoakum Livestock, Stephanie and John Gorman of Mantadilla Farm, Beth and Clayton Newton, April Stover, as well as 2M Boer Goats and Kane Yearling. Also, Trevor Matty Clemens, Kellen Knott, and Timothy Hubble with Pine Bank Boer Goats and Redden Brothers Livestock. Jackie Redden, those listed as our ribbon, buckle, and banner sponsors of today's Full Blood Buck shows. like to let everybody know that silent auction for the Junior ABGA will start soft closing at 7 p.m. tonight on herdbuilderproauctions.com. Again, all proceeds go to the Junior ABGA. They've added some new items, so you better go make sure and go out to the hallway and check those items out for that silent auction. All proceeds, again, going to the Junior ABGA on herdbuilderproauctions.com.
Well, this is certainly a very fun class, getting to talk these guys here. I think we've got some of the most masculine and rugged individuals out here in this ring today, and it is very exciting to see the direction that these bucks are headed and the programs that they'll be a part of. It's very, very nice. We've all collectively come together on this buck that leads the class today, one that certainly excites us in the way that he moves, the way that he's built. You love the masculinity that he has, but he's got enough elevation. He's got enough length of spine, the massive foot and bone that he has, that he carries with him. He's big through that center rib and one that handles really powerful through that hip. Just a super cool, very good, just an all-around really complete buck that's got a ton of breed character to him. Just a whole lot of good in this guy here, and not very many holes at all, if any, and a really good one to win the class. When we follow in with the second place guy here, this is one that certainly has a little bit more bone and foot size to the guy that come in first, but one that maybe just gets a little deeper bodied and not quite as stretched out as we'd like. We want to see him a little more elevated up off the ground compared to the guy there in the first place hole. One that I think if we want to get super critical, we would strengthen those back two pasterns just a tad. But again, the character on this guy, the head, the horn, the beard even, I mean, he's just absolutely beautiful to look at, and one that handles with so much mass and power behind his shoulder and down through his top, and just from front to back, a super masculine buck there in second. We get to the young ladies buck here in third, and that front 1/3, and even on the profile, he's one that pairs up really nice with our first and second pair. One that you love the extension of neck, you love the length and how level he is through that top. One that you get around in the front, and you love how straight he is through that front leg and that forearm and down to the ground, the width that he carries. I think for us, where we'd like to see him just change up a little bit to be able to get higher in the class today, we want to see a little bit more scale and size to that skull and that horn, just to kind of match the composition of his body there. We want to see him open up at the hocks as he gets away from you, just to carry that natural width from the hips down to the ground, but a really nice one there in third. We get to the young ladies buck here in fourth, and I think this guy is super rugged. One that's really, really just out there and showing himself for what he is. He doesn't have hardly any hair, and that's not a bad thing. But for us today, we just want to see a little bit more put together, tighter. We want to see a little bit more pattern to him, a little more completeness and balance. You really love, again, the masculinity he has. He's super rugged and cool. We just want to piece everything a little bit together just to make it work a little more functional for us. Open him up through that rear as he walks away from you. Just kind of tighten some things up to get him higher in the class. We get to the young lady and gentleman's buck here in fifth, and this again is one that's super powerful, packs the muscle, probably one of the biggest ended bucks in the ring today, but one that just gets a little more tighter on the move, not quite as flexible off both ends of a skeleton, one that we'd like to see elevated just a little bit more out of that shoulder, but one that certainly handles with a ton of mass, and you really have to appreciate the natural meat this guy carries. Again, we just want to be able to elevate him up off the ground, give him a little more length, just to be able to balance him out, to add to bring him higher in the class today. But another nice one there. We get back to this black-headed buck or darker-headed buck here, and I think this is where we start to get some more long, tall, really up off the ground, but we start to lose some of the mass. We start to lose some of the overall natural power. But again, you have to appreciate just the elegance that he carries and how upfronted he is out of that shoulder, one that certainly has a lot of good aspects to him. We just want to see a little bit more three-dimensional shape to him and a little more ruggedness to add to get higher in the class with the ones ahead of him. We get to the next black-headed buck here, and one again, he's long and level through that spine. One that we'd want to see track a little bit wider as he gets away from you. One we want to give a little more natural foot and bone size just to be able to balance him out, give him a little more power. But one that's certainly super cool to look at on the profile, has a lot of look to him and a lot of eye appeal. We get to this young lady's buck here, the traditional, and again, we get really rugged, but we get a little more piecey in the way that we're made. We're not quite as balanced through that top. We get to a little higher in the hip, and the point of the shoulder there gets a little dip behind that shoulder. We want to see that kind of come up to level out just a little bit more. Give him a little bit more base width. Give him a little bit more width as he tracks away from you. But again, you really appreciate the ruggedness that he has. Just a lot of good features there. We get to the black buck here, and I think, again, you've got one that's got the length. We just want to see a little more of him. He's not quite as round through that rib, one that we want to see open up and track a little track a little square as he gets away from you, one you want to give a little more shape in the top to as well. We get back to this traditional buck here, and again, if we get really long, we've got the length back here. We just want to see the more shape, the more three-dimensional look, open them up, give them a little more base width, but one that certainly, again, it has a lot of rugged appearance to him, really masculine in his design on the profile. We just want to see more of him as he walks away. And again, as we round out our class, that's where we start to lose some of our power and overall natural bone size, but a super cool class of bucks here in the senior.
Congratulations to our first senior class of Class 9. Senior full-blood bucks, 24 to 36 months. Our top 10 are as follows. Your 10th place exhibitor is Matthew Schoenbauer with TST1 EVR1 Counter-Strike. Your 9th place exhibitor was Nick Pitlick with 7 SKJ Dark Knight. Your 8th place exhibitor was Teresa Hertgen with Bootjack Boars Bayhawk 72L. 7th place was Jesse Stover with 2M Boar Goats Black Bear. 6th place goes to Helen Rodenberg with 2MS Mead. 5th place goes to Knox Logan with YAR BF Innovator Smooth Call. Your 4th place goes to Cannon Wilhoit with 4WTN Whiskey Bent. 3rd place goes to Locust Haven Farm with LHF5 Locust Haven Pink Panther. Your 2nd place exhibitor belonged to Nate Casey Hank Booten with PCF 162205 Archie. And your number 1 exhibitor for class number 9 was BMAC Farms with BMAC Dino. That is class number 9. We'll have those top 2 exhibitors out of the class number 9 go back to the holding area. Class number 10 is the ring that is a single entry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, only one entry in this class. Very nice buck. Really look at the side profile on the head on that buck. Nice deep bottom jaw. I really do like that muzzle that he has, nice and wide. Just if you look at him, you can see there's a lot of masculinity to this buck. A little tight-horned, ladies and gentlemen, but he's got the skin folds. He's got that chest, a lot of bone to him. Nice thick bone you can see there as he stands there. Good foot on him. Good length of body on that goat too, ladies and gentlemen. I think he deserves a blue ribbon. Well done.
We will now bring in the class winners from class number 9 and have our senior full-blood buck drive.
Well, we all feel an extremely competitive senior division for our Buck Show. We'll just briefly talk about the three that are out here. The class winner from our 24 to 36 obviously came out of one of the toughest classes today that we felt we've encountered. One that rose to the top of that class rather handily for us. He commanded his way to the top just off of structural integrity, breed design, and looks about him. You study him in terms of head shape and depth of that lower jaw. One of the deepest lower jawed bucks we've seen so far today. A buck that really just embodies a lot of the quality traits we look for to represent the breed exceptionally well. His counterpart there in second, the big spotback buck, one that's just immense. And that's the best way we feel to describe that guy, with how much muscle and how much density he has about his skeleton, especially down low. If we wanted to get hypercritical of him, maybe that back right pastern just gets just a nickel spongier in what we can maybe find to be real comfortable with. But again, I think an extremely solid pair of bucks to come out of that 24 to 36. For your single class entry, the 36 plus, one that's extremely opened up at the ground and stout in a lot of ways, extremely big and rugged. I think a great way to finish off that final class for senior buck drive. That being said, we're going to find our champion in that 24 to 36 and come back for reserve from our 36 plus. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in the Senior Full-Blood Drive. Your champion is BMAC Farms with BMAC Dino. Your reserve champion belonged to Piper Fisher. That is TKGB Troubleshooter. We'll get our division winners lined up, and we will run our champion full-blood buck drive. Soon after, we'll be having our pairs. As soon as we get our pictures taken, we'll bring in our 12-plus pairs for full-blood bucks. Right after our overall drive. Rolling into the ring right now is the overall drive for champion full-blood bucks.
I think it's certainly a good thing when you have bucks of this caliber out here in an overall drive at a national show that takes this much debate and give and take and going back and forth to try and pick. That just means that the quality here is absolutely stunning. It's deep. They've brought out some absolutely phenomenal bucks to play in this overall drive today, and it's an absolute honor to be able to sit out here and sort through these guys with these two amazing judges beside me. I mean, it's been a whole lot of fun. Before we get into talking these guys, I want you to give these guys a big round of applause for exhibiting such exceptional bucks out here in this ring today. I know you've seen the discussion. I know you've seen us walk back and forth and just really look puzzled out here. I promise we're not puzzled. We've just got a super set of bucks to sit here and talk and evaluate. And honestly, there's really not a bad one out here. They would not be standing here. I mean, these guys, they're built from the junior division to the yearling to the senior here. We've got some solid animals. I think it's come down to three that we've kind of gone back and forth on, and it's gotten really, really tough just trying to split the hairs and make our reasons make sense. And really, you could go, either way here. But for us, I think we're going to stick to some key factors here out in this buck drive, and that's going to be overall masculinity, power, foot, bone, the circumference of their stifles, and how they track out of their rear too, how they come at you. Guys, we're breeding meat goat animals. This is what we're here doing in this industry. We are raising and breeding meat goats. And to have this much muscle mass here, but still presented in such an elegant way with the breed character, the head, the horn, the whole rugged look, and still look eye-appealing on the side, that's something to be very proud of. And I think these three definitely do that. I think we've got two that are just a little bit more powerful. We've got two that just carry a little bit more mass, a little bit more foot, a little bit more circumference of natural bone. I'm going to go out and I will shake the hands of your national and reserve national champion bucks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all of our exhibitors who have participated in the ABGA Fullblood Buck classes today. Your reserve champion 2024 Fullblood Buck belongs to Ellie Doyle, showing DFFB, bow tie, and bubbly. And ladies and gentlemen, your champion from the senior division 2024 Fullblood Buck belongs to BMAC Farms. That is BMAC Dino, your champion this year. Well, ladies and gentlemen, tonight at 6 p.m., the award ceremony starts at Newmarket Hall. They'll be awarding the scholarship winners, the youth award winners, as well as the regional award winners over there at Newmarket Hall. Also, there's that photo contest sponsored by Target. Don't forget about that. Also, the silent auction items for the Junior ABGA will start soft closing at 7 p.m. tonight on herdbuilderproauctions.com. All proceeds to the Junior ABGA. They've got some new items out there in the hallway. Make sure and check those out and go to herdbuilderproauctions.com. And for the rest of you, we will see you here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for the ABGA Fullblood Doe Show. Also, don't run away. We do have senior pairs coming up. We do have a class. Is there two senior pairs? Yes. We have one pair of senior pairs to come up, so judges don't run away. We also have pictures afterwards. We have our 12-plus pairs lined up. That pair is walking into the ring right now. As soon as we get those verified, we will go ahead and award that champion pair. Your champion 12-plus pairs belongs to Matthew Schoenbauer. Congratulations, Matthew, and your 12-plus pair champions. Once again, we will resume tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with the ABGA Fullblood Doe Show. Do not forget about that party tonight at 6 p.m., that awards ceremony at Newmarket Hall. There will be ice cream there, sponsored by Gibbs Farms.